Hello, guys. So, Wednesday? Tuesday. God, I'm getting ahead of myself here, aren't I? Give me a sec. Trying to look at fixing this widget communication, and from yesterday, I'm still unsure of the best way to handle this. Because, this method is something that I've been doing for a long time, and it's obviously not the right method. Not a good method to use. And we saw problems with that in Cauldron Chronicles for sure. And I think even Coin Pusher had problems with that too. So I think it's an issue that is partly solved by Common UI, but I'm not using that yet. God, that was loud. I hope that didn't blow up my microphone. I want to try to move over to using dispatchers for it if we can, and see how it functions from a architectural point of view. Because like calls like this, this can all be isolated and removed just by doing a proper call here based on the event, which in this case would be toss canceled. We shove that here, and then in the grab drop item BPC we can try to bind to that. I only kind of, I don't know, I kind of worry though, because in order to bind we need to have a reference, and getting the player character reference is not really the end of the world. But should the player character for some reason get destroyed, wouldn't it nullify those bindings? That's what I kind of worry about. And we can reset up the bindings, it's not the end of the world either, but then we need like a proper... We need a proper way to nullify those old bindings and recreate them on character begin play, which just feels like there's going to be a lot of binding removal and rebinding happening, though it is at a safe time to do so, because it's like when the player gets killed or at the start of the game or transition to level. That's exactly when you want to handle all that. Hey, Persistor Chaos, you did manage to catch me at the start. This is my usual start time, 9 a.m. Sometimes I start a little bit before though, or a little bit late. But I try to aim for 9 a.m. on average. I mean, I think it's doable. It's worth trying this. So we can do an event dispatcher here for toss canceled. Do a call. But we do need to send... We either need to send information, or we need to store this and grab it with like a blueprint interface call. We can send with a dispatcher too. In fairness, we can send with a dispatcher. This isn't the end of the world, but I'd still like to shore it up. I like this song. This is the old theme song for our game. That didn't get funding. That's still a good theme song. Yeah, I think on that we could try to send in the... Well, either we send in the float or we just store the float. Let's try sending in the float. Although I don't know why that didn't update. There we go. And we can unplug this. This is toss charge start. Or we could even just say toss started. Oh, it's almost December. God, we have so much coming up. End of this week, we have our Kickstarter reviews, and then December, I'm doing a charity stream. And I actually don't know how to do that. So I need to maybe need to figure that out pretty soon here. Reset toss cancel. It's fine there. We can still do a toss cancel dispatcher. Oh yeah, we put that here. Well, that'll run it anyway. I think. Actually, I'm not sure. We can try calling toss canceled here again. But it might be calling that twice. Unsure. Actually, I'll move it up here. No, I don't feel like we have to call that. Not at the reset. Yeah, because toss cancel will just get called the once. We just don't want to run anything if the toss gets canceled. Couldn't I bind this event to toss canceled? Theoretically? Maybe we'll put this in like a... create bindings function, just in case we need to do more. Our goal is to decouple as much as we can. Which is always just a pain in the ass. How you doing, Goalless Fox? So that should be bound to whenever call toss cancelled is called. Though I don't like that. That'll break the logic. I think we should change that to overcharged. Not canceled, and canceled should be... We'll run that whenever the toss is fully completed. Toss cancel. We don't have to bind that, to be fair. We don't have to bind this. I'm okay if we want to just retain the reset toss cancel. And just put that back. Just put that back. That's not the end of the world, and I don't know if I can clean it up anymore. Okay. So this would happen specifically if the player overcharges and releases E. We don't want to do anything, but we do need to reset the do once to allow the player to recharge the toss. So we call reset toss cancel. I feel like this should happen at the end of whatever we do here. But this is a toss successful. I almost want to do this with Prince. Just so we can test whether or not these are firing in the correct way. And we're going to delete these, so I'll just kind of put them in dirtily. A toss cancelled should get called here. Or I guess that's the overcharge. Yeah, so we don't need to call anything here, because that'll just get, that'll also be set to true, this will pop up here, and then this will overcharge. If we wanted, we could limit the plane of this. No, it's fine. Just leave it like that. Toss failure input or overcharged. Although this won't work right now because I've just decoupled all the logic. Overcharge, it's called. Charge reset. That was weird. Where that overcharge gets called though. Might be a bug. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. My worry is that if I try to bind events within this widget, I'm not sure if the widget or the player character gets created first, so doing it on begin play is kind of risky. Like, it just doesn't seem the right way to do it is to bind on begin play. You have one-time things to establish up front, like binding callbacks to events. Do so here. I'm thinking it might be smarter just to create this widget and destroy it every time we need it. But if we do that in the binding method, then we're creating the widget and doing a whole bunch of binding, in which case the performance offset just doesn't seem worth it. Be a very weird way of doing it. Player controller. I can't get the character from the player controller. Oh, let's just try this. We should have our toss here. Yeah, we have all our toss stuff here. When do we start the overcharge animation? Was that up top? That's stop overcharged animation. Where I also forgot an R, so it says overcharged. Beautiful. Exemplary work here. We were doing the overcharge from the blueprint component, which would also need bindings. But that's on the, yeah, it's on the grab drop. That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like. The logic of decoupling is just annoying sometimes. No, we shouldn't create the widget each time. To proper decouple, we should just do event calls here, or dispatcher calls, and any self-contained logic like resetting the do once. That's all. And I think instead of sending directly to the widget, we should probably bind as much as we can directly to the blueprint component. And we should probably update those bindings. Well, do we need to update the binding? We could update the bindings whenever the player picks it up. I mean, it would only be 5. I mean, that should be pretty fast. I don't really see any performance overhead in doing 5 quick bindings whenever the player picks up an item. At least I don't think. And then this would keep it truly decoupled. Okay, begin grab. Can we like release bindings? Is there a way to do that? By chance? Yeah, there's unbind. Okay. Okay. What do we need specifically here? We need... I mean, cancel would lead to failure, so I wonder if we should have specifically toss started. Just toss started successful and toss failure. Hey, Yuli. I sell my kidney to buy 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. Yeah, I've heard RAM prices are through the fucking roof. I remember I bought DDR... Wait, did I buy DDR5 RAM? I don't think I did. Oh, I did. Yeah, how long ago was this? I'll tell you what my prices are, and you can tell me what the prices are now, because I don't know what they are. What is the price of 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM right now? I can tell you what I paid for 64 back in 2023. I paid 361 bucks for 64 gigabytes of 6 gigahertz. 1000 megahertz. That's crazy, dude. Fucking Almost double the price. That's crazy. Holy shit. Can I secure a deal that it has almost 40% of the produced RAM worldwide from now on? That's crazy. And I bought it back in 2023 when it was like new, and so therefore you would expect RAM prices at that time to have been very high. And then it goes down, but Jesus Christ, 650. I don't know what the speeds... I mean, cast latency is more important than general RAM speed. I wonder what the true performance difference is between DDR5 and DDR4. The significantly increased bandwidth and faster speeds. Not always massive, especially compared to high-end DDR4 kits. The issue is, though, that DDR5 generally has the higher cast latency, which is what the higher clock speeds and lower voltage help to offset, but generally, I didn't see there being a massive difference between DDR5 and DDR4. So I don't know what the prices of DDR4 are right now. Oops, just opened up a new. I'm gonna be honest, if you can afford, I mean, I'm sure DDR4 is bumping up too. Realistically speaking, the performance difference between DDR5 and DDR4 is not crazy high. Not crazy high. And lower cast latency is really going to be what you're trying to aim for anyway. God, even these though are pretty high. Even DDR4 64 gigabytes is the same price or a little bit more expensive than I paid for DDR5 64. But I mean, honestly, if you are trying to save money, you're going to get very similar performance out of this compared to DDR5. That's wild, though. Just a few months ago, it was at $200, and now it's up to $300. Holy shit. That's crazy. Yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy, the prices. But yeah, I'm also kind of glad that I built my PC already. Actually, first word latency is also quite important too. So this is actually better. Lower first word latency and very low cast latency at 16. Compared to this, which is 800. I mean, don't get me wrong, even if you wanted to skimp out and just be like, okay, let's get the cast 28 first word at 9.3 nanoseconds. This is $700. Some games you might see that bigger difference though. Others, I don't know. 16 to 20%. your PC for shitty games. Let's put it this way, like you can overclock your RAM, but it's just not super useful to do so, and I wouldn't recommend it. I think that your RAM is going to be not as important to go crazy for as your CPU or GPU. So if budget is really strict right now, just grab some decent DDR4 and you'll be fine. As long as your motherboard can take it. Not all modern motherboards support DDR4 though, unfortunately. It's DDR3. But yeah, it's, I don't know. It sucks right now. I mean, I feel like we should just start the toss. Yeah, but like, if grab drop item can't tick, then we can't measure the overcharge. So we need to handle the overcharge specifically in the player. Get a little less than 200 pounds in March this year. Jesus. Euro, sorry. I think I only bought, no, I think I bought 2 sets of DDR5. I don't know, my mail's fucking up. It won't even. Oh, yeah, pretty crazy. I mean, here in Poland, I have to pay a 30% surcharge because of VAT tax. So even in like in the US, it would have been cheaper. Fucking VAT tax. 23%. Sorry, it's not 30%. It's 23%. Because here in Poland, you make less money than you do in the US, but you have to pay 23% more money on all of the electronics. So depending on how much you have to buy and what you want to buy, it might be cheaper to fly to the US and buy it there and then bring it back. Fox is warning about another price hike. I mean, this is what the Western world gets for not having these manufacturers in their own countries. I mean, this is what Asia gets for having all of the resources to do so. They get to benefit. Yeah, we were handling the overcharge here, and I think that we should move the overcharge handling to back to the player. Needs slavery again. Actually, look, I don't know the specifics. Let's not talk out of our ass here. Why isn't the Western world have RAM and microchip manufacturers capable of alleviating the shortages and price hikes. There's got to be some like resource reasons, right? I got a 4070 Ti as well. 4070 Ti is nice. I think, is this silicon? Let me see why. Long-seated dominance. Semiconductor manufacturing, including the RAM and other microchips to Asia. Blah, blah, blah. Reasons. Cost-driven outsourcing. U.S. firms like Intel, Texas Instruments shifted production to Asia to chase lower labor and operational costs. Wow, we've never heard that before. Firms like the Boston Consulting Group's Matrix labeled consumer electronics a massive semiconductor buyer as low-margin dogs. Wow, wonderful. Very smart. Prompting offshoring of assembly and fabrication. Blah, blah, blah. Abandonment of end-use markets. West exited manufacturing consumer goods. Drove semiconductor demand via Moore's Law. Without domestic demand, U.S. fabs lacked scale. Astronomical costs and long timelines. Single advanced fab costs 20 to 30 billion to build. Jesus. Takes 2 to 4 years, with operating expenses 20 to 35% higher in the West due to elevated labor. Yeah, but even with it, if I had to pay 20 to 30% higher or 100% higher, I'd choose 20 to 30% higher to never have to worry about that bullshit again. Talent and workforce shortages. Supply chain dependencies. Policy and investment disincentives. Wow. So there's high subsidies, massive training programs, supply chain control, and fast approvals for policy. What the fuck, man? Dude, the West has fucked themselves on this. And like, sure, OpenAI might have enough money to fund this, but the consumers just get shafted. What happens? You didn't know about the specifics either. I don't think slavery is the right solution though. I knew manufacturing, but it's nice to read the specifics about it. Smart Every Day made a really great video about manufacturing something from scratch in the US. And it was super interesting to explore the supply chain. Well, if you're curious about some of this, we talked about this guy yesterday, but he made a really great video. Tried to make something in America. Really, really good video about how difficult it is to find the right talent and places and parts that you need to make something from scratch in the US, using only US like materials and parts. And it all kind of came down to, it was more expensive to produce things in the US, but now when you cede that market dominance over to other countries, you give them the leverage. And we see that happening in pretty much every single aspect. And I think that consumers would be more willing to pay higher prices if they knew that there would be more stability with that. But then again, this requires long-term thinking from the average individual, and I don't know if... I don't have much confidence in the average individual to think long-term. If voting records are anything to go by. Outsource all the manufacturing to other countries. Who do you think will compete with you? I don't know. We did it to ourselves. One Punch Man season 3. No, I know all about that. Or unfortunately, like Junji Ito's work got ruined a couple seasons ago. That was fucking sad because I was really, really hyped for that. I kind of need to run a do once just to fire an event. But then I'd have to reset the do once. Yeah, but we definitely need a binding. We definitely need a binding for the overcharge start. I don't know if we need an overcharge end though. Not 100% on that. Watched a 1 hour video about X4 because of you. It actually looks pretty fun. It looks fun. I don't know how to get into it. I've heard it has some bugs too. Oh, anime has that problem? I don't know. I think there's some anime that are pretty consistent. But I do think it's very rare to get something as high quality and consistent as like Freerun. In terms of animation quality. I think smart use of 3D though, it has helped to lower some costs. And there are some anime that are doing that well, and it doesn't look like absolute trash. Only version 7 now? A lot of fixes over time. You're talking about like foundations, right? I need to, maybe I'll just sit down with this on like Christmas break and try to get into it. Man, I don't know. It's just some of the UI is very autistic. I don't know how else to put it. Do you have any autistic people in chat that can verify? Like spreadsheet warrior stuff, which, you know, I am a spreadsheet warrior to be fair, but it's a little much. Looks like Eve. So my point is proven. It does look cool though. It looks really fucking cool. I just gotta sit down with it over the holiday and see if I can figure it out. Eve but simplified. Oh god, dude. I tried Eve once. Never again. Can even make space stations, damn. I could still do a call. I'd like to bind it all to one event. Is there maybe something better to use here than a do once? Because I have to manually reset the do once. I don't fucking know. Think for yours. I'm gonna be honest though, I use AI quite a bit. Nah, I shouldn't say quite a bit because I don't know. I use it as much as maybe the average person, or maybe even less. But I mainly use it for like recipes, because it's better than scrolling, you know, like recipe sites where they blast you with their life story and a million ads before they actually tell you how to make the fucking thing. And I use it for like philosophical talks because it's kind of interesting. That's kind of about it these days. Or getting information on recent events is really nice. I use Grok a lot for that because it's like, hey, just tell me the facts of this event, because I don't want to scroll Twitter for 10 hours trying to blast through all the asshats giving their opinion. And I find it almost entirely accurate for that, which is nice. It was a cool winter's morning when I first heard of these berries. Dude, that's exactly what recipe shit sounds like. Well, I'm not like using Grokipedia or whatever the fuck they call it. Although I'm not saying that Wikipedia is better. Wikipedia absolutely has problems with its moderation and bullshit. I mean, what's like a recent event that happened that was, you know, controversial or bad? What was yesterday's shooting? There was a shooting in Sheffield, like today, 2 hours ago. Jesus Christ, boy's 16 years old. Well, this is a unfortunate example, but it'll work. Yeah, UK. "16-year-old boy suffered a gunshot wound consistent with a firearms discharge. He was rushed to a hospital. Like, this is nice, because then I don't have to, number one, I don't have to give, you know, money to bullshit sites that blast you with ads either. I don't have to, like, scroll Twitter, no arrest has been made, the investigation is ongoing. I just like doing that. Like, this is a really nice use case, because I can just get the immediate facts for it, I can ask it for updates, and it can read all the stuff in real time. So I'm not saying it's always right or it's always perfect, but neither are people. So I use Grok a lot for this. Palestine and Israel? Oh god. Okay, I'll do it for you. Who's right and better? Palestine or Israel? Or is this a decades-long conflict where blame can be placed, this is such a loaded question, on both sides, and looking for who is right or wrong is silly. Giving him a... Yeah, but that's because it's the right fucking answer, and you guys know it. You know it. Should have a let it say it. Yeah, but if I ask it to tell me who's right or wrong, I mean, maybe it will say that there is no right or wrong. I do find Grok to push back on you more than like ChatGPT does. Labeling one side as wholly right or better ignores the shared humanity and valid claims on both sides. The zero-sum framing that perpetuates division rather than fostering empathy or solutions. Historians and analysts often describe it as a tragedy of two peoples with overlapping histories in the same land. True. Polls show majorities on both sides support a two-state solution in principle, but trust is eroded by ongoing violence and political extremism. True. Hassan. And I'm not wearing a collar, so you can't shock me. Bitch. No, I do find some of that silly, just because it's like... Why can't both sides be pieces of shit? Why do we always need to look for a winner? When instead there are just two losers. Pain said it better if you watched Naruto. Yeah, I did watch Naruto, but I forget what Pain said. What's the Pain quote? Fucking amazing arc, by the way. Naruto probably should have ended with the Pain arc. Hot take. I didn't like Shippuden as much as I liked regular Naruto. I'm a big fan of like, you know, I like the fights. I like cool fights. I like big bosses and all that crazy shit. But if I don't care about the characters, then I don't care about the fights. And a lot of like shonen relies on, you know, because it's aimed at like, you know, shonen means like young boy, right? So it's aimed at preteen boys primarily, or like young teenager boys. And I think that oftentimes they are just focused on like the fights and the cool scenes, and they ignore what people often call like filler, which is really annoying because I love the small moments, that the character building, the training arcs, you know, give me some semblance of understanding how somebody gets to A and B. Show me the power ceiling so I can care about the characters when the shit hits the fan. You have your justice, I have mine. We are both just ordinary men who have been driven to seek vengeance in the name of justice. However, if there is justice and vengeance, then justice will only breed more vengeance and trigger a vicious cycle of hatred. True. Good quote. If only Kishimoto could write female characters as well as he wrote male characters. Kishimoto's the author of Naruto. Who I don't think has ever met a woman in real life. I think Naruto is great. I do. But the female characters are just horrible. There's like one personality of female character that he was able to write. And it was annoying. No, I think, well, I don't know. I think there are some really interesting cases of female writers actually writing better male characters. And then they also write good female characters. I mean, some of the best anime of the last year have been written by women. Apothecary Diaries, Freerun, Dungeon Meshi. The Doctor was interesting. No, I think you mean Tsunade. I think Tsunade is great. But I think she's like the only decently written character in the entire series. But I mean, if it goes to show anything, Sasuke is the most popular Naruto character in Japan. And he's also just a fucking annoying character. Naruto's the worst of the female characters. I mean, if you think, like, Sasuke never loved Sakura, he never gave a shit about her, and yet they had a child. There's only one way that happens. And it is not with Sasuke's consent, I can say that. We'll need to reset toss overcharge on canceled or completed. But I think these two things should happen at the end. What I'm saying is, me and my wife like to say, because it really seems logical that Sakura probably raped Sasuke. Now, of course, that'll never be talked about, or, you know, it's probably not canon, but it's literally the only way. Because Sasuke never showed any care or love or any romantic interest. The only character that Sasuke kissed, canonically, is Naruto. And then he spent all his time doing weird shit with Orochimaru. So, Sasuke's probably gay. Just saying. Tsunade was the big booby lady. And she's great. Yeah, I think she's actually well written. I don't know. Like I said, I think Naruto's cool. Naruto was really fucking awesome. But whenever a female appears on screen, it's like, okay. Aside from the pedo stuff, Mushoku Tensei has really good male and female characters. I think that if you get turned off by Rudy having those thoughts, the show was never meant for you in the first place. I don't blame people who turn Mushoku Tensei off because of Rudy being a shut-in with absolutely no social development and, you know, very controversial and bad thoughts. But that's like the entire point of his character arc, is to not be that person anymore. And if that's, you know, if you want to see, if you think that somebody like that can be redeemed and can change, the show is great. If you don't think that, you're never gonna like the show. But I've read all of Mushoku Tensei. It's fucking amazing. It's really good. Yeah, Rudy's just an incel. Yeah, Rudy is an incel. And then he gets shown the error of his ways pretty fast by almost being absolutely destroyed and killed in multiple instances. And being shown that you can't solve relationships by choosing what you think is the best option in a romance visual novel. Yeah. And he gets, you know, kind of spoilers for the second season, if you didn't watch it. He gets erectile dysfunction for years because he gets traumatized, sexually traumatized, which you could almost say is kind of his, kind of deserved with the way that he thinks. I mean, at a certain point, he becomes a better person. And it's a slow journey, it's a slow burn, but that makes it more worth it. It's not going to be solved in like 1 or 2 episodes. I mean, if you want to say that he is actually a halfway decent person at the end of season 2, I think that's light novel 9 that happens. I'll try not to scroll down too much because... Oh no, it's 12. Yeah, it's at the end of the adolescence period. Is where the season 2 ends. So it's 12 volumes before he finally has he finally becomes like a normal person. And I like that a lot. And I do like the characters in this. They're really good. And if you haven't read further, you're in for a treat. Really, everything matters in Mushoku Tensei. Everything matters. Edie's an allegory of incels burning through porn. I like that. I think Rifujin, he's the author. I think he's been through a lot, and he might even have been through some of these things, you know, in real life, which is why he hides his identity. Isn't there a huge twist later? Yeah, there's a couple of really big twists, but there's some big shit coming in Mushoku Tensei that will absolutely become peak anime cinema. And it's going to completely change the game. Not when he fixes the ED because he starts fucking his half-elf chick. Well, okay, but he only fixes his ED because he starts treating her like a person instead of a sex object. And he thinks that it's a man, and he thinks that he's gay. But by doing that, he just treats her like a friend, and that's how it gets fixed. And I like that. Let's not spoil anything that hasn't been talked about in the show, because some people might be anime onlys. But I've read all the novels, so if you want to like get in my DMs and we can talk about it, we can do that. Yeah, neets are a big problem in. I mean, there are female neets too, but it is a big problem in Japan. Yeah, he had incel ex-femboy arc. Yeah, he absolutely had that. And that's where he was like, oh, this person is actually great. This person is nice. This person is a man, and my dick starts to throb when I'm in the presence of this person. I might be gay. But it's good. Okay, I need to actually work here. Toss failure. But toss failure gets called. But toss failure doesn't get called here. I think we can call this here. And here. We just need to make sure that they don't get duplicated. Yeah, I really do think Mushoku Tensei has really fun characters. And they're well written. I mean, it's not often you know, people who maybe don't watch a lot, and I haven't watched a lot either myself, but even like parents don't really get a whole lot of, and adults don't get a whole lot of screen time in anime. But in Mushoku Tensei, the adults and the parents are actually just people too, and they have proper arcs, they have proper stories. I like that a lot. And I think that one of the main themes of Mushoku Tensei is like family. And I think it does a lot of work to emphasize that at every moment, in every arc. Boss failed. Do we just push all this to the BPC? All successful. Fine tuning, that we can grab from the spring arm in the blueprint component. I thought that was redundant though, because E gets eaten by fine tuning. Or maybe there was some reason that we needed to do that. Or we just delete this. And instead do this check. Reincarnated as an ostrich girl? Jesus Christ. Okay, if you're looking for mature story, this is a like slice of life romance, not a rom-com, but like slice of life romance. I fucking love the manga for this, and it's getting an anime adaptation. It's called Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You, which is just about this like not middle age, you know, not like 50, but more like, I think he's like 40 or something, salary man who, you know, just has a tough day at work every day, and he the only little bit of bastion of decency that he gets is on his way home he stops by the store and he sees this really cute cashier at the supermarket. And then he ends up, you know, one day this is like just spoiling like the first or second chapter, so it's not like spoilers. But one day she isn't working there, so he just sits out back for a smoke, and he sees this girl. I love her visual design, by the way. Smoking, and they just kind of form a bond and friendship. But he doesn't know that this is actually the same girl that works as the cashier. Just this is her normal way of looking, and she's not in her uniform and doesn't have this bright smile that is forced upon her by her boss. So it's just kind of like them sharing life and dealing with their own problems together, and very much a slow burn, but I love it. And this won't need crazy good animation to be considered, you know, a good adaptation. It just needs to adapt it faithfully. Highly recommend it though. Good characters. Midlife crisis. Basically them just looking for meaning and happiness in life. And sharing in the journey together. But it's fun. PowerPoint and move the mouth in there. It's really all it needs. It's not like Blue Lock or something where it needs more than PowerPoint, but all it gets is PowerPoint lock. This would be successful. Toss success. This is for any reason toss failure, but because of fine tuning. I mean, it doesn't look like I've done much to reduce the node overhead of this. I'm gonna be honest. It's fine. I mean, nodes specifically are not the problem. It's the decoupling is important. Very important. And I'd rather have the same number of nodes or even more if it means that we've decoupled this successfully. Jesus Christ. Like you're actually shilling for this ostrich girl isekai? Is it light novel in Source, or is it manga in Source? I have one new light novel of Apothecary Diaries that I have to read, but then I could look for another. It probably is a light novel. I really like Apothecary Diaries, but it's kind of a... I think people are going to be really disappointed to know that the romance moves like 1 centimeter for the next 5 seasons that are probably going to show of it. It's so fucking slow with the romance. It's a good story. It's great. Hey, Keturav. How you doing? It's okay, drama. It's good. Like I really like the characters in this story and some of the arcs. But Jesus Christ. There goes the deving. We're getting pretty distracted today with some fun topics, but there's no rush to doing this, so more fun to have a fun time developing than going balls deep. The only thing I don't want to print is the update, because we'll know if that's happening. I'd rather just print the events to make sure that we aren't duplicating any calls. I made a custom print string that I don't really use much of. I probably should use that. Started streaming your dev thinking, oh, I'll actually get stuff done. I thought the exact same thing when I started to stream dev. Like, and it is. I do think that by and large, my velocity, my focus is better developing on stream. But it feels like the day-to-day efficiency is lower than if I just locked in. But I do prefer this. It has its cons, but the pros are like you have more social responsibility. You get people to help you in real time. I think it's more fun. The distractions are like sometimes great, sometimes, you know, I have to focus, but by and large, I do like it. My God, you guys are... Hey, Nixie, how you doing? Lacked depth. No, it's fun. I do appreciate the developing in stream. Okay, you might not help me, Yuli, but Andre will like appear in my stream at the most random times and help me with quaternions. And normally the Q word is very much a banned topic around here. But I'm allowed to sometimes... I have the Q word pass. And the Q word is quaternions. Not queer. Staring at the project for 6 hours doing literally nothing is a lot less. Yes. Yes. Yeah, or just not even loading it up. And when you know it's like, yeah, but I'm here to stream. I need to focus. It's like daily, the work ethic is much better. Okay, but for like 2 seconds, I actually have to set this up. Okay, I want to move all this to the blueprint component. On grab, we need to bind events. We're going to get the player character. We're going to... Which events do I have? I have toss failed, charge updated, started... I should have 6. Started successful failure, charge update, then start and end. Yes, beautiful. Okay, we need to bind these 6 to some events. I'll make a new graph for it. Him and Kira, I just look in chat and I see tits being B cup. But that is a big seller for me. I am a not so closeted small tit lover, so you know what? I'm okay with that. I jokingly banned the word. Upgraded to geometric algebra, going full on rotors and multivectors? Jesus Christ. Dude, quaternions already just ruined my brain. Wait. Did I just make a function called... Oh. Wrong place. Graph. Toss graph. Custom event. Should we name the events specifically for what they are, or just say like toss started? Let's we can always rename events. Let's not worry about getting too crazy with it right now. Right now we are working on like a toolkit. So rather than like prototyping where I can be really dirty and just throw shit into the project, we need to be more careful and think about the structure better. Does me does automated withhold the most random? Okay, so that withheld it because they actually do ban the term quaternions. But it's just a joke. I have no auto mod, I just ban a couple of terms for fun. But I'll still let the messages through if I see it get stopped. I've had some really traumatic days with quaternions. Let's put it that way. Hours and hours and hours spent. Toss, overcharge, and every time, like there've been 3 different instances. Okay, one was in System Break, right? And it was with the cameras. That was just horrible because I spent like 6 hours trying to fix the problem. And then one of my chatters came in and was like, "Hey, how you doing? Oh, you're working with Quaternions. Just use this node. What are you doing?" And it fixed the problem immediately. He got VIP for that. Then there was another one where I was trying to build I was just trying to prototype something that I thought in my head would be cool. And again, it always came down to Quaternions. I needed Quaternions to fix a stupid problem. And then there was another one in this project, which was horrible. And I thought we might need Quaternions to solve it, but we actually needed matrices, which I still don't understand either. Horrible. Every time. I can do anything in this engine, mostly anything, except rotating. Kill me if I ever need to rotate. Wide event to toss successful. I like how we've talked about incels, small tits, ostriches, and Quaternions all within the matter of like 5 minutes. Average day here. Thought I did make a toss failure. Oh, toss failed. And AI. It's a good Tuesday. Would you guys like if there was a channel point redemption that had text-to-speech? How quickly could I implement that? No, fuck that. It would be nicer for me because I don't have to look at chat to have you guys tell me something. Yeah, Ogrim, what are we working on today? I am refactoring some code from yesterday that was working, but was very dirtily made. I like the result of it though, so that's why we are going to fully implement it in a proper way. "3D rotations are hard, but yeah, the scary cues store in half angles and need to be done twice to be a bit hard to grasp." I can visualize, like, when I'm told, oh, a quaternion is just a way to visualize a point on like a sphere, and that's why it can avoid the you know, the gimbal issues with the 0 to 360. That makes sense. I can visualize that in my mind. What I can't visualize is the math to make it do what I want. Or like how the numbers respond to different modifications, you know? That's why libraries exist. But if I don't, here's the thing, if I don't know what the inputs should look like and what the variables to modify should look like, then I don't know how to, you know, I don't know if I'm using the right inputs to get the right outputs. Which basically means I'm just like shooting in the dark, maybe using 9 out of 10 of the right nodes, but because one of them is wrong, I don't get the right result, and I don't know which one of those 10 is wrong. That's kind of that's the point that I'm at with like quaternions. And so it's just frustrating. Well, technically we do have text to speech, but it's through bits right now. So if you donate at least 100 bits, or I think if you donate any bits, it'll read text-to-speech. I don't know about that. Implementing your own version in raw C++ ended up helping a lot. I can imagine that. I'm not very good at that math stuff though, which is something that I need to get better at. But I agree with that. That's why I don't like use AI to solve my problems. I'd rather struggle for 5 hours than have it print something out in 5 minutes, because then I actually learn what what the right thing is and why I'm wrong. I don't learn shit when I use AI. Well, when I use AI to solve problems for me, I don't learn anything. When I use it to try and understand something, I can learn something. Yeah, that's a better way to put that. Will that event be right? Because it won't pull in the... How can I bind an event without, like connecting the delegate specifically when that event has an input for, in this case, a float? Because I can bind an event to it, and it has the elapsed seconds with the float. But this does not have a float. If I make a float, will it like know to connect it up with that? I do not know. Yeah, I work much better with blueprints. Like I can read C++, but just writing it is I'm much slower. I'm more of a visual person. I'm a designer by trade. So like, when I'm actually working at a company professionally, I'm doing design work. So they really aren't going to have me working in code, and blueprints would be more than enough. But I want to get better at my blueprinting. That I can say for sure. Oh, we didn't bind the event. That was the issue. I forgot to do that. Where's my grab? Bind events on grab. Yeah, I think blueprints are great. And largely you're not going to run into performance problems unless you start doing like a lot of shit on tick. And even if you try to do the right things on tick, ticking in blueprints is primarily the big cause for bad performance in blueprints. But that's easy enough to be like, okay, we need to nativize this. Here's the blueprints for the ticking. Let's convert this over to C++. Easy enough. Years of updates and blueprints with an online game? Jesus Christ. They get pretty crazy. Who's the person who said BP isn't real programming? I've seen a lot of people that said blueprints aren't real programming, and they are just absolutely wrong in every single way. Why does that not update? Entry level? I don't think it's even entry level. I think that it supports entry level, but there are definitely ways to utilize blueprints that are more advanced than any handwritten game in like Unity. Golden Chronicles was almost entirely blueprints. And Golden Chronicles was, I would say, way more advanced than quite a few games. Also had very low CPU overhead. Will devs make their own engines? That's another one. Is it the same kind of energy between those two? Oh, I had bound to the wrong thing. We'll see if that works. It does get sent through. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Does it get sent through if it's not named the same thing though? If I just do elapsed? It does. So I guess it just looks for the first float property. Awesome. But we can name it the same thing, why not? Yourself and you're an engineer. No, I think that there are massive pros and cons to making your own engine. And it's all obvious. I don't need to state it for all of us to know. There are massive pros and cons to using blueprints. There are pros and cons to using code too. It's just they serve different functions. They have different issues with them. Not everybody who knows how to code in C++ magically can create better written, better performing, and better organized code than some master level blueprinter. And of course, a entry level blueprinter is not going to create better looking, better performance, and more organized code than some master programmer. It's just, they work in tandem. You can't, of course you can hire 10 programmers to put everything in C++, but then your designers are going to be sitting there having nothing to do and they won't know how to prototype. And then, you're not going to be able to produce a good game from that. And you don't want everybody to blueprint because blueprint organization and debugging is kind of horrible. And not everything is exposed to blueprints. So you need to have your core stuff that is going to be more important to have in proper architecture with good performance in your code base in C++. And then you want to expose things to blueprints, especially like dispatch events that allow your designers to quickly prototype new things. Some of those things are isolated and might be okay to leave in blueprints, and other things like maybe some new addition to the ticking needs to be nativized because of course ticking in C++ is way more performant than blueprints. But that's fine. It's your designer spent the time. They know exactly the vision of what they want to create in their mind, and if they're good at blueprinting, they can realize that to a certain extent. Then they sit down, they write the design document, they talk to the programmers, they talk to the artists, whoever they need, UI designer, and we can use that prototype to create a much more focused and understandable vision for the feature that we're going to implement. It's all part of a process, and if you do too much of one thing and not enough of the other, then you're not being efficient. And that's why Epic themselves with Fortnite, they recommend like 70 to 80% code, 20 to 30% blueprints. But it has to work in tandem. Yeah, and project scope too is an important one. Like some small games, you can make entirely in blueprints. We made our little coin pusher reloaded game here. This was 99% blueprints. We needed to create a couple of wrappers for Steam API for achievements. But this is almost all blueprints. Because it can be. And even then, oh, it's compiling shaders. Give it a sec. It calms down after a bit. I don't pre-cache shaders. And that's with everything maxed out. Not bad. We got this to be able to run on a 970. We have a lot of ticking stuff in this though. I feel like Colden Chronicles though had fewer or less CPU usage, but it was a much bigger game as a whole. List 2 will compile shaders. This was a prototype that we pitched to publishers. That's why UI looks like ass. This didn't have as much ticking though, but this was definitely more GPU intensive, just as a whole. Even then, though, memory usage is pretty nice, pretty trimmed. I'm happy with that. For being a full-blown RPG game. That process how much work time would be to do this thing I want in any given engine. If that answer is as much as just doing my own engine, guess what I'm doing. All right, what are you using for like for rendering? I've been really curious about using like Ogre. Oh, Axis is forbidden to Ogre 3D. Okay, that's weird. I've seen, you know, I've played a couple games that use this and it was pretty nice. Not like cutting edge graphics, but it is open source and from what I've heard, pretty easy to implement. Okay, let's see here. Find events. Do we just create the widget each time? Or we could... What's the play here? I want to avoid hard references, and I want to avoid storing variables, if we can. We can always set the instance to... We can always nullify the instance. I don't know. We'll try it with the crate widget. Going in raw C++ OpenGL, releasing the one on hiatus. Switching to Rust because the build chain for C++ is horrific. Want to deal with it, especially now with cross-compiling. I've heard there's some pros and cons to using Rust for game dev though. And there haven't been any like major serious games made in Rust yet. But I don't really know the reasons. I've got a friend who's an absolute Rust addict and would probably sell his firstborn child to the creator of Rust. But I haven't seen a game made by him yet with it. I don't know if it was like refactoring pains or something with it. Like it's really stable, but I don't know. I've heard, I don't know, I've heard a lot of things. Hard to be done with Rust. C++ just lets you delete system32. Does C++ have like better management with like better memory management or something? Again, I pretend I'm a layman with it because I don't know anything. Hey Paxion, take a look at earlier parts of this toolkit. We're very early into the toolkit development, but because it is a toolkit, we need to, you know, it's not like Cauldron Chronicles where in 1 week we can just prototype fishing or farming. In 1 week in this, we have items that we can pick up and grab, but it is really solid and modular code. Memory management, if you know what you're doing. But it's got like good garbage collection, right? I don't like this. Doesn't seem right. I don't like this. To be fair, we don't have to store it in call. My goal is to try and avoid hard references to widgets. It works. It's really easy. There's some major problems though. Getting all widgets of class is just dumb and dangerous, but it works when I know that it can work. But that's an assumption, and simple things can break that, obviously. Even like level transitions. We don't want to do that. I could create and store a widget reference in here, and then we can just destroy that widget whenever we don't need it. This doesn't seem like the right play either, though it does work. And we know that there's only one widget in existence at any time. But this is still, it still feels like it could be avoided. A third option is to have a HUD and throw all the widgets that we want on the HUD. This is more standard and more accepted, of course. And we put all of the logic into there, all the bindings, all of the functions, all gets handled through there, and we send it the information when we need it through like BPIs or dispatchers. CVP has no garbage collection? What does Unreal do for its garbage collection? Because Unreal has really good garbage collection. It's pretty hard to have memory leaks in Unreal Engine. Unless you purposefully bork something up or do something in a way that you're not supposed to do. Do we just go the HUD route? What would it look like with the HUD route? Couldn't we move the input action to the blueprint component? Don't we do that already? Oh, but then that wouldn't work because we'd have to tick the component. And the component might not tick. Which maybe was dumb to implement, but that can always be removed. Oh. It just seems weird to, if we wanted to go the HUD route and we put the charge widget on there, I still need to communicate with a widget, but I can communicate with the HUD. So we can always just get the player and store the HUD reference. That's fine. Because the HUD is always going to be there anyway. We know that it's existing. It's not like having that always loaded is a problem, because if the player is loaded, the HUD is probably loaded too. That's the point of that. And the HUD can then be the manager for the logic. That seems correct. But then we would probably either I'd still want the logic for the toss, all the math for it, everything, to be run on the actual component and not the HUD. The HUD should just be displaying the information. And I don't really want to bog any of the widgets down with a lot of logic here, because they don't need it. Or at least for this, they don't need it. It's not like a drag and drop or something or whatever. In which case we could do like a bound function. And the bound function can call into its owner. Separation of concern. What is separation of concern? What is the proper goal here from people who know Unreal and know coding better than me. So basically anybody who codes with Unreal. AI? I'm like not gonna use AI. We can't put the input actions on the component. That's fine. We can put it on the character or the controller. Realistically, they probably should be in the controller. That's cool. Right now it's in the character, but we can move it over. But I want to go from... Ignore the background, I'm just going to draw here. We have 3 things. Character, which handles the input and the event calls. We have the blueprint component, which is on the item that you actually pick up. And right now I have bound custom events to the events from the character. And here is where I'd like to run the math and do the updates, because we have a lot of information here that we need to check in order to do things. But then I want to send the output of that math, largely just like a float value in a couple of events, to the widget, to the WBP. But I want to do this in a way that does not make a hard call, or tries to avoid doing a hard call to that widget through like a get all widgets of class, because that's really the only way that I can grab this without setting up a reference to it. And I'm just wondering, is it bad to do a reference here? Is it bad to do an initial call of, hey, find the charge widget, store it temporarily while we're doing this toss, which is like 3 seconds, and you can only toss one item at a time. So, you know, it's not like this is being propagated infinitely at some point. We know that only one of these is going to be occurring at a time. Or do we create the widget, store it temporarily as a variable, like you can see here in the background, and therefore we can just tell it to do what we need it to do? Or do we like create the custom bindings in the widget blueprint and, I don't know, just skip the BPC? But then that feels weird, because then we're putting all the logic and math into the blueprint, into the widget, which doesn't seem right. I can't even do BPI calls, which would be efficient, because I would still need to either create the widget like you see in the background here, or I would need to grab a reference to that widget in order to know who I'm sending those messages to. So it just feels like there's no way to avoid this 3-link chain, and I don't see a way to avoid either creating a widget from scratch and destroying it when we're finished, or grabbing the widget that exists and setting it as a variable temporarily. But there has to be a better way. Well, I can do the input, but I still need to send the event somewhere. Like, the input should be handled in the controller. That's fine. And I have dispatchers for that event. That's fine too. But I want to do the math for that, and I don't want to do it in the character, in the controller or the character blueprint. I'd rather do it in the component that is supposed to handle that logic and has the most relevant information. Well, the pickup inputs are handled by the character, because that's input. And then we send any relevant information and events to the relevant components. And that's fine. That's working. Then I want to send information from that component to the blueprint, which I can do, but I want to do it in a way that avoids that tries to avoid hard reference calls or storing a widget reference. Like, minimum viable for me is just create the charge widget, do what I need to do, and whenever we run the event for failure or, you know, the charging ends, we destroy the widget. The only thing we are sending from the player, from the input, is the amount of time that the player is holding down the button. So just a float, and we have that down here. Well, the component for handling the grab drop is on the individual items for that you can grab, not the player. And I could cache the references. I'm trying to see if there's a way to avoid that, because caching references is pretty dangerous, because, you know, if ever that reference becomes invalid for whatever reason, then we need to know that and recreate it. I mean, you can always like make a subsystem that just checks every, I don't know, 5 seconds if that reference is valid, and if not, then just find it again. It shouldn't happen. I mean, maybe what I'm asking to do is just not it's not really possible. Stale reference entangling pointers. I mean, theoretically, let's say that we store a reference to the HUD, and we let the HUD manage the logic for sending events to the different widgets that are part of the HUD. Realistically, there's no reason that HUD should ever become invalid, right? Because it's created at the start of the game, we hide it, we update it, but we never destroy it. And it only gets destroyed when the game is closed. Realistically. So yeah, we could create just a reference to the HUD and keep it on hand. I just don't know if that's general practice. You know? Send everything to a manager. I was thinking that too this morning. I was thinking, okay, what if, because HUDs, you know, the widgets and HUDs are such a problem, and what if we just have a manager for the widgets attached to the player or something, and we are checking, I don't know, every couple seconds, we just run through that quick map. I mean, I don't know what it would be, like 10, 15 items in length, and just check, hey, are these valid? If so, fine. If not, find the most relevant one or just remove it from the list. But that's like a whole headache too. I don't know. Logic sits on a component on each individual item. I would not do that. I would have a main interaction component of the player that handles everything. It probably could be moved to the player. But we would still have the same issue with the widget. Yeah, it would just be a component that sits in the player. In this case. The widget would sit on the items? In what way? Whatever feels. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, over optimization becomes a issue. Undertale code or like Bellatra. No, if it works, it works. But we want to make this is like a toolkit. We want it to be pretty stable and be able to like easily portable between projects. This widget is a little progress bar that charges up and then has a couple of animations, depending on events that get fired. But it's more about it's more about the coding practice here. I have like 3 options. Put it on the HUD and route things through the HUD. And then we only ever need to call the HUD and send Blueprint interface calls to it. Super simple. And very detached. But then I need to store a reference to the HUD somewhere. Which, again, could be the right way to do things. That could be the best case scenario. Second way, create the widget separately, always have it there, and call it when I need it through like a get all widgets of class. Worst option. Easy to do, don't want to do it. Third option is we know that we only need this under a certain circumstance, and it should never show up for any other circumstance. So just create it when we start that tossing, because that's when that the bar needs to show up and play. And when the toss ends for any reason, we destroy the widget. That's it. And we only know that only one of those will exist at any time. It's just a progress bar with an animation. But you know, I want to get the logic right for this, because there's obviously going to be more difficult. Yeah, it's the progress for throwing, and the longer you hold it down, the more it will apply an impulse. And then if you hold it for too long, it starts to overcharge, and then after a certain amount of time being overcharged, it will cancel the throw. Well, the inputs right now are on the player and sending dispatcher events. And when you pick up an item, we bind the events in the Blueprint component with the events from the player's inputs. And then when you drop the item, it would unbind those events. Which feels like the right move so far. Yeah, it really just needs to update the progress. So we need to be able to send a float to the widget, and then send a couple of events to it. Like, hey, hide yourself, show yourself, play your animation, stop your animation. Which I can do super easily with this method that I have on screen right now, because I have the widget, and I can just be like, you know, update charge progress, plug in my float, we're good to go. There's the animation. I don't remember what I called it. Something, play overcharge, stop overcharge, all there. But, you know, when we have so many different widgets, I just don't know if this method is the one that we want to go with. Because it feels like it would just get easy. It would be too easy to... It would be too easy to fuck up. Or if we ever wanted to reuse this bar for any reason, then we have to make sure that... I don't know. It's hypotheticals at this point. But it doesn't seem like the right practice to do it this way either. The one that seems the most right to me is using the HUD method. And we just store a reference to the HUD somewhere and we call that. And I can easily make a blueprint, you know, a function in my function library for just grabbing the HUD. In fact, there might even be something default for get HUD, which I think just... No, it's because it's stored in the game mode. But either way, I think that is the right method, is to do the HUD method. Because we know it's always created, we don't have to worry about storing a reference, because it is always created, and route everything through that. Full schema? Good luck, you're not getting that. I could make it better. I could make it better. I can always consult with our gameplay programmer too. And he might say that this idea is good or bad, or have a better idea. I think that they fixed this too with Common UI, to be fair. There's some like MVVM or something. Common UI. What the fuck is MVVM though? Model view model? UMG view model. This is like, I think this is some way that they've actually implemented to separate logic from the widgets themselves and to send it information. The problem is I've never worked with Common UI. I've never heard this term. Typically, UI developers break backend data and visual design into separate systems. Really? Never tried to do that in my life. This makes the process of building the user interface less destructive and more efficient, as designers can change the visual presentation without breaking the code behind the UI. Programmers can focus on data and systems without needing a completed front end. ViewModel plugin provides a medium for this workflow by introducing ViewModel assets and view bindings. Sounds like exactly what I want. Okay, really low res. Sends changes to variables in the view model. Oh, I understand it completely now. I understand it completely, and it's amazing. Yeah, that's great. And we can create multiple view models. So we would just create like a, I don't know, toss charge view model, and we would send our elapsed seconds to there. Updates bound variables using field notify. Displays updated information. Yeah, it's just like a, I guess, a more optimized function binding that they have now. I mean, that handles one part of it though, right? That handles the visual display of data, but not the events. I mean, you could always kind of, you could do some funky stuff with it, like using an enum or whatever, and switching on enum, but I feel like that's just, it's not the right way to use this. Does it require Common UI though? I mean, it doesn't say that you need it. Set with broadcast. Send a message to any widgets that are bound to them, telling them to update. Oh, so it's actually, it's a bit better than regular bindings, because bindings would always run on tick, which meant that if you do too many bindings, it could start to slow down and cause a big performance overhead. But now you can just either tell it to set normally and update later, or you can tell it to update when you need it to. Pretty nice. You get the Unreal Tumblr bundle, 4K worth of assets for $30. No, I didn't. Send a link in chat. Hurry. Update health percent. Set with broadcast. Set with broadcast. should not create getter functions just to return the value of a field notify variable, as getting the field notify variable's value directly is sufficient, and the extra getter function may be confusing when you try to bind your view model variables to widgets later. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom, but I want to read about this because this might solve a lot of problems. A lot of them. Okay, Black Friday. What is this? Oh, I know the studio. They make a lot of packs that are very good. When does it end? Oh, it ends in 20 days. I will see if we want to purchase it. But this is nice. This studio makes a lot of good stuff. It's another one that ends soon. Okay, where's the other one? This one, 8 hours. We will see. An Unreal Characters mega pack too. Jesus. Characters can be pretty nice. You can make a lot of games with just a couple of characters. Could be nice. Could be nice. Holy shit, wait, how much do you have to pay? Why the fuck? Why is the price so high? 80? That's an expensive one. Fucking hell. I'd almost eat for a month with that. It is a lot of characters, though. But there could be some uses. Could be some uses. So, I mean, this is just for doing... I mean, this is useful. This is incredibly useful, by the way. Global View Model Collection is a globally accessible list of view models in the MVVM game subsystem. They are ideal for handling variables that may need to be accessed throughout your UI, such as settings for your game's options menu. To add a view model to the Global View Model Collection, follow these steps. What does it look like to actually set one of these? Like, you'd still have to make a call to... Well, I guess... Are these globally available, or do you have to, like, you know, query the MVVM and then run one of the functions or update one of the variables? Or is this more like a function library where I can just call update health percent, let's say, and that's just available globally? You have to trigger your field notify functions from a field notify variable when it changes. Iter and setter utility functions in your view model can perform other operations and handle derived values. For example, if you have a view model that tracks a player's health, you might need to display it in text as an integer, even though your gameplay logic treats it as a float. You need to convert it to a percentage, so you can do that too. That's cool. Set current health function gives you the opportunity to set derived values in other field notify variables or perform other logic your game may need. So you can just set it up to the MVVM value, which is really cool. To avoid confusion, disable the legacy binding system. I mean, let's try it. Two-way. There's binding directions? So what if, like, we update something to the widget, we can then bind something to return from that? Conversion functions. Fuck, that looks so nice. You can nest view models too. Ooh, this is nice. This is very nice. I'd never heard about this until today. Just kind of a shame. Sure, let's do it. Save all. Plugins. UMG view model. Do we need both of these? Wait. Do these two. I want to play Stardew again. One of those games you come back to every like year or so. And then we should disable the old system, right? Where did it say how to do that? Project settings editor, widget designer, property binding rule to prevent. Okay. I don't think right now we bind anything. Or maybe, actually, I think we do bind one thing. But it's fine if it breaks. Just fix it. Widget designer, team. Property binding rule to prevent. Okay, and then we need to make an MVVM. MVVM view model base. Okay, looks like just about everything else. So how can we do this? To broadcast changes to widgets that are bound to your parameters, you need to mark variables or functions as field notifies. Click the bell next to the icon to make a field notify. Okay, let's send a binding here for toss charge elapsed seconds. Float. Click the bell. Is a field notify. And then a function for update toss charge elapsed seconds. Does this also need to have the little... No, it can't. Okay. And I use that somewhere. Git MVVM subsystem. do we call this? Add a view model, window view models. Core. Okay, we can see things here. No view will be created for this widget. There are no bindings and there are no events. Your view models won't be initialized. If you want to create the view anyway, choose the create view without bindings options from the view settings. No, that's fine. That's fine. Technically, we don't want to feed the elapsed seconds into here. What we want to feed in is the... like the toss charge progress. That should be the notify. This should just have a float input. Elapsed seconds. And this is going to update the elapsed seconds as well as this with a notify, but I don't know how to do that. Oh, set with broadcast. Okay. I mean, normally this would pull from, like, I don't know, some data table or data asset, some balancing thing, but we're just going to hard code it for the moment. I need to refresh this. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. There's like different symbols here though. Okay, so we just bind the progress of this to MVVM core progress. I'm gonna make this always visible for now, just for the sake of it. Oh. Now, how do we tell this to update? Who's spanking me? I see it here. Dead VM character health. Using the view model. I want to see everything that this has available to it. Just compare float values, which is weird. Does widget tree contained widget? Get available binding, get view from... What's that for a node? We're trying a new thing that I didn't know existed, but if I can figure out how it works, it's amazing for sending information to our UI. And it solves one very annoying part of the UI, which is sending it data and getting it to update without going overboard on bindings, which can add a lot of overhead because they update every tick, right? This is a replacement for one-off value updates. But I need to know how to send it the information that we have. Where am I missing it? Your instance creation method automatically creates a new instance of the view model for each unique instance of the widget. Extreme effects, can you check if the variable has field notify? It does. At least the one we added has field notify. And a show set with broadcast, which should be all we need to do. But I'm just wondering where we, like, how do we call this MVVM core? How do we update this info? What are the nodes required to call this function? None of these. What's the pathway that they want here? You can construct a global one, then store that. Very useful. Add view model instance. I mean, that would work because then I can just, you know, set up some blueprint functions for updating that, right? But that feels like I'm just making wrappers to my own functions, which is kind of weird. Doable though, but weird. Or, you know, at least I could just make like a, hey, get the global view model, and then just update, you know, run the function from that, which is doable too. Much like I do for like game instance or whatever. Context class, love it. Hmm. Like I can access it as part of the widget, but again, it's like a question of how do I decouple so that I'm not calling the widget itself? And right now, the only way that I feel like I can do it, create the global view models and update them via a quick BPFL call, and then just grab the associated variable or function that I need. Which is one way. That is doable. Yeah, this guy's just grabbing the MVVM from the HUD. Get HUD MVVM. Oh, interesting. A HUD MVVM. Would that work? If you create a HUD and then put children widgets on it, can those children widgets pull from the HUD's MVVM? So you make like one. Let me try it. Very easy to test if that's how it works. Is that's big. That's That's huge. Almost as big as my dick. If you were to look at it with a microscope. What would be the proper way to do this? Would it be to make a... Yeah, but you can't do legacy float bindings. It doesn't matter though. What I want to see is if I can add the core to here. Choose the create view bindings option from the view settings. Where are the view settings? Not here. Where do we do this? Create view without bindings option from the view settings. Do they mean in the MVVM itself? I don't see an inherited one. But it's not inheriting from that. We'd have to make a... No. No, I'm thinking about it wrong. I'm thinking about it wrong. Where is he seeing this view binding? Oh, maybe it's a separate window. Oh, view bindings, here we go. Drag a widget from the hierarchy to create a binding. Didn't we already do one though? Holy shit. A lot of conversion functions. One way to widget. I mean, didn't we already set this up? Or do they mean to not use this method and instead do this method? So we set percent MVVM core, toss charge progress, one way to widget. When the binding can be triggered from multiple fields, use delayed, else uses immediate. Execute the binding at the end of the frame before drawing when the source value changes. Always execute the binding at the end of the frame. Okay, that's useful. That is good. Damn, you can set up like conditionals too. Wow. That changes the way that I think about widgets, I can tell you that. Suggest you construct your code to work off of callbacks delegates as much as possible. Agree. Sure, you can plug the ammo into tick and continuously tell the view model to set the variable. This is bad practice, even if it doesn't damage your frame budget much. Agree. So the best place to tell the view model to update is after you've decremented your ammo. Also, multiplayer games, so we can get callbacks from the server when the variable gets updated. Take care, Ketu. It was nice talking to you. Nice meeting you. Have a nice rest. Use the onRep feature in UE replication to get the callback. Function that fires anytime the variable is updated by the server. Target is PD multi-character. It looks like he initialized the MVVM, or is at least storing it, some global one, on the character itself. A view is UI, view models, mediator, model is character code base. Model sends notifications to the view model, which can send notifications to the view. So it's kind of doing the same middleman kind of stuff that I was wanting to do with the blueprint component, but it centralizes it in a separate class. It's almost making what I was wanting to make anyway, which was like a UI manager, but instead of just handling that all on the HUD class, which can get pretty bloated if you have a lot of stuff being updated with that, it runs it through a separate view model, which can then have all of those bindings, and you can duplicate those bindings to other UI variables too. That's really fucking cool. And only updating when the variables update is great because old bindings were on tick by default. Yep, trying to grab an update from them even when there's been no change in the variables. Once it's frame crucial, it's very inefficient to bind any raw values at unwanted times. Yep, that's the reason I recommended avoiding it on old versions of Unreal. The system is event-driven, meaning it can replace existing frameworks, such as BPIs or event dispatchers. Holy shit, this is the solution. Now we just gotta use it properly. It's like a more, you know what it is? It's like a more integrated blueprint function library or widgets with the addition of variable storage. It's like a combination of, it's like a widget game instance. I don't even know how to put it, but it's so good. It changes absolutely everything in every way that I think I've thought about widgets for the last 10 years though, so this is gonna take some time to get used to. But it initializes an instance of this. If we initialize a global version of this, like a global MVVM, how do we bind that to this widget? Let's make another one. No, I'd duplicate it for now. Just duplicate it. MVVM global. Because it's going to create an instance of this. Here we have a function I've implemented into the widget. It does a validation. Seems pretty reasonable. It's not, even though this function should update only when the variable changes. It is updating every frame. No bueno. Get the HUD MVVM. Wait, so it's not a... Oh, it even handles the conversion and the binding too. That's cool. Maybe my understanding is wrong. Maybe it doesn't create an instance, but it binds it to that specific class? I guess there's only one way to find out, right? I'm unsure if we should include this in our game instance. Toss my salad game. What? Huh? Who's tossing salads? Where are you seeing that? The toss? What is it supposed to be called? Disgusting. But the game instance doesn't have a begin. I don't feel like it should be stored in the game instance. There's an initialized. I don't even know if this will work though. How do I create a view model? It's not like a... I've never really messed around with constructing objects from classes. I don't know if this will work. And I also don't know if that will actually do the right thing. We're about to find out. Okay, we want to, for now, update that on the blueprint component. I like what you guys said earlier about putting the grab drop on the player and not on the instanced items. A bit of a refactor though. Core MVVM. I don't remember what we named the update toss charge. Elapsed seconds. I don't see it working. I think my code structure is pretty fucking good in this project. Honestly, I don't have any problems. Even Cuthbert hasn't found any problems with it, really. It's not running that. Let me try not doing it this way. And we'll do it this way. Is this valid? Yes. Is it working? See, my thinking is that it is creating an instance, and we need to, I don't know, tell it to use that instance or something. It is updating that, but my thought is that this is a separate instance of the view model and not the one that we actually want. I'll be using light theme later? For what? You want me to use light themes? Are you crazy? Want me to die? I don't think it's too much pain for. What's the gain? What gain do I get from using light theme? From a health standpoint, I actually only lose. You switched theme? I'm sorry to hear that. Do you need the suicide hotline from your country? I think it's what you gain. Check if we can create view model instance and widget. Yeah, but then how do we do? We'd have to bind everything on like begin play, or on I should say widget initialization, which feels counterintuitive. What is the difference between these two? Binding is set on a property with legacy binding. It works, it works. But right now it's not working. Like this feels right. Percent select from MVVM core toss charge progress. Should be exactly what we want. We can even see this here, toss charge progress. But when we initialize this blueprint, we're creating a separate instance of the view model. I'd rather we use like a global one, you know, like a material parameter collection or grabbing stuff from our game instance. It should be synchronized with that. And I should never have to call WBP grab drop charge manually. We should update the view model notifies the widgets and updates them accordingly. That's how I understand it to work. And we have this set with broadcast. It should notify automatically. But if I create the MVVM core here, this is a separate instance to that. And I don't know if I can update. Hold on, they did something else in the creation of that though. They ran this. They got the subsystem, global view model collection, and then added view model instance. I don't even see that though. Add view model instance. MVVM view model collection object reference. I don't have that though. Target is MVVM subsystem. I don't know. There's 3 subsystems. Which one is the right one? The game subsystem get view model collection. There it is. Classic blueprints. 90% of it is knowing what to type. I don't know if this context class is correct. I can only assume so because I mean, this is to make a global one. I don't know. What other options do we have here? You can like store the instances. Out of curiosity, what does this do? Not the thing we want. But it's probably because it isn't added to the collection. General Grievous would be very upset. So when you instance a view model in a widget, it doesn't get automatically added to the subsystems collection, is what I'm understanding here. Fuckles. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong here. I understand what I'm missing. I'm missing one link in the chain, which is how do I call the specific MVVM that I need without directly referencing the widget. I don't even know if that's possible. I mean, you could make like a parent widget class that has the... No, that wouldn't be the way to do it. Creating the HUD. This is MVVM. Setup MV. I need it as a local variable. We got this far. Converting the float to a text. Love the options you have with that. This. Oh. I see. I had my details panel hidden, so I didn't see that. Oh, we never... Okay, okay. So it defaults to manual creation of the view model. The view model exists and is added to the MVVM subsystem. It will be fetched there. Identifier of an already registered view model. That should be the context that we gave it, right? This core MVVM. And we can tell it to automatically update on addition to removal. Still not working. Keep watching. He did the same things I did. How was his working? No. We know this is correctly grabbing the valid instance. Or is it? Maybe this now returns the correct. What? I see the 150 tweet on X. Doesn't ring any bells for me. Did something happen? We are correctly updating toss charge progress, yeah. You know, even... Wait. I'm updating the elapsed seconds. Not updating. Dude posted 1 to 50 for 1K. Legit? Most of those are probably not legit, and they're used to engagement farm because they are verified accounts, which means that they get money for engagement. And even, you know, they'll probably like make a separate account and post on it, and then that person gets randomly chosen just to be able to make a post that says, I put 41 okay. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am, but hey, I've been wrong a lot before. An awful lot. Maybe this is one of those times. Oops, sorry. Mark the function itself as field notifies. I don't think the function can be. I mean, I can tell it to return the progress if we want, just so that we can try plugging that in. It's weird, I've done every single thing the same way that that guy in that video has shown, and it doesn't work. How much do we want to bet that it's, if I just close the engine and relaunch it, it'll work just fine? Good old classic. This should return... Oh, now it's not there anymore. Weird. Weird, the function returns or shows up in that list if I don't have it returning anything. Binding, grab, drop, charge. There is no field to bind to. Yeah, no shit. It is the correct... Lost charge progress. Well, it says functions can also be treated as field notifies. But it needs to be pure. We're using this function to update the variable, but the variable itself is field notify, which is the way that you're supposed to set it up. We're not plugging in the function to the notify, we're plugging in the variable. We're just using the function to perform the math for it. And we know that it is updating this value, because that's what I'm printing, is the raw value from the MVVM, which is just the direct progress. But it's not updating the bar. Let me verify that. Yeah, MVVM toss charge progress. So that half of the data exchange is working. The other half that isn't. And we did everything he did. Yeah, I might play some more. I don't know about today though. I need to solve this first. I don't want to leave this unsolved. Like, this is exactly what we've done in our case. We put it on the game instance, but we know that the reference is valid. At least to this. I don't know if this is succeeding. It does have a Boolean output. Let's get that printed. I assume that that's just returning if it's successfully added or not. False. Why? Why is that failing? Does this need to be set to the base? Ignore the global, that's my own custom global. Maybe the context name is wrong. Maybe this should not be run here. I don't think I can add delays. Oh, I can't add delays. Maybe it's just like timing issue. True. Timing issue. Timing issue, timing issue, timing issue. That kind of makes sense. That the construction of the... Oh, that's weird though. So the subsystem is probably invalid at the time of creation. Let's see which one it is. Subsystem is null. Subsystem has not been initialized. That's why he put it in the character and not the game instance. That's fine. We can still update the game instance and store it there. We just need to initialize it at the right time. But I was doing the right thing just at the wrong moment. I try not to put so much bullshit in my player character though, but... What are you gonna do? We can always move it out of here if we need to. Other timing issues. Okay. Rated here due to timing issues with creating on EI. Needed delay. Probably needs handled elsewhere. Oh, I don't like creating it here, but this should handle it. Yes. Okay. Progress. Not much. But that's big. Let's not undersell this. We are properly updating a variable on a widget without ever directly calling that widget. That's good. That's big. And nowhere on that widget are we grabbing the player or any component. That's really good. Can we use it for events too? Is there a way to do that? I was thinking we could do it with like an enum, but I'd like to try to do it with dispatchers, but I'm not sure. I'd like to start with getting it to be visible when the toss starts. Is there any way I can bind the visibility, I suppose, to a function? Is that the right way to do it, though? What did you send? It had all the requirements there. Let me find it. Here, be a marked const. Turn only one value and no input. Okay. This doesn't feel like the right way to do it, even though I'm nearly 100% sure it will work. What is the specific enum? It's not slate visibility, is it? I think it is slate visibility. Let's see it here, though. Oops. What did I do wrong? Oh, maybe I didn't click the notify. I can't. There we go. Okay, and this will set the visibility. Yeah, we have two. Can I do a conditional on this? How do we do this? This doesn't seem like the right way to do this. This does not seem right at all. Like, I could make a separate variable with the slate visibility. It's an enum, right? There's not a lot of home memory overhead, but it does feel very incorrect to just store a slate visibility variable in my MVVM that dictates the visibility of this entire widget. I could still... Yeah, but if I used a function, I mean, sure, and I could have the input, but I'd still have to update a variable. But can you imagine doing that in mass for like a lot of your widgets? I mean, it's decoupled. And it's an easy call to update that visibility from anywhere. Just grab the MVVM and set the variable the way that we want it. All the use cases that I see in like these tutorials or whatever, it's like showing health, which is so fucking easy. It's it's just one variable. There's no deeper use case being shown off here, and I don't like that. Most surface level bullshit ever. Which is great if I'm trying to learn the basics, but Unreal crashed. Classic. I don't know if I'm using it in a way that it shouldn't be used, but it's kind of the only way that I can think of to properly decouple this without ever making any calls directly to a widget object. So for now, I'm going to do it. And if anyone complains, I will smite them. I will shout Quaternion at the top of my lungs while they're trying to sleep. Be less worried about me screaming and more worried about me being in your bedroom. What, a man can't be in someone's bedroom? I thought this was America. Actually, I live in Poland, but... Same country. Same thing. Core widget. Visibility. Visibility. Git core mvvm. Set toss charge widget visibility. I feel like we should have one other event just for the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. For just the toss ending. So otherwise I have to duplicate some functionality between failed and started. And I'd like to have that separate just for safety. This is duplicated too and probably shouldn't be. The fuck is it? Is a sentence I hear more often at work too. Hey, chillin', how you doing, man? It's been a while. This is a day of learning new things, but it's a very interesting learning and something that I didn't know existed. But it has absolutely changed the game for me. It is the MVVM support for widgets, which is a beta feature that I didn't know was around. And it's a way to properly decouple all your logic for sending data and information to widgets from, it decouples from dispatchers and from BPIs. And so you essentially never need to make a reference to a widget ever for like updating simple data and stuff. And can call that data in multiple widgets. Kind of like a material parameter collection, but for widgets. So you just update the parameter collection and anything that uses it can do so. And you can even tell it when to update that, whether it's like only on notify to update or only on, or you know, all the time, like old bindings like on tick. Yeah, it's great. It completely changes the way that I'm approaching widgets now. So it's a bit of a, it's a new world. I don't know if we want to call these down here. I'll just keep them decoupled. I don't know if we want... It's more just like item dropped is what that would be. Which we kind of already handle in detach component. This is our overcharge. Start, overcharge, end. This should be end, but we don't need it duplicated. Okay. Back in here, we need to bind another event to toss ended. Okay, move this from toss successful to toss ended. Set that to collapse. We don't have the animation hooked up yet, but we do have the visibility. And it does not get called correctly. Toss started is also not being called in the right place. It should not be called here, but rather here. But kind of only undo once. Let's just move this down here for a sec. This runs on tick while button is being held. But that needs to be reset as well. Just kind of annoying. Execution spaghetti. Why is that not getting reset? Bit of a mess, isn't it? But it is the proper separation to do. I can just get rid of this old shit. I don't feel like the widget visibility is updating at the right time. I don't know how to put it, but the percentage feels like it's still below 0 by the time that it pops up, and there's like this slight delay before it finally sends it. I don't know why. Let me use the bathroom real quick, and then I can sort through that. Enjoy the Minecraft soundtrack while I'm gone.
We're all laid idle with the keeping of the beer. The lad will lay work and the lass will learn. The lad will lay work and the lass will learn. The lies are long in thy blood, bonny and more.
Sorry, I was tweeting on the toilet. Yeah, the usual. It was a good tweet though, it wasn't an anger tweet. No anger tweets today. Because I haven't seen Threat Interactive say anything, so. Am I getting called correctly? Toss started. Toss started though only gets called if we're over 0.3 seconds, which is correct. I mean, it should be working properly. Huh. Not only does this look fine, this doesn't hit, which is weird because I don't clamp this range, so it should go above, it should end up going above 2. After another 2 seconds. But it doesn't. Toss started. Overcharge. Overcharge start gets sent way too soon as well. So weird. Wait. Well, we don't have a we don't have a hold time threshold of 0.3, right? So that should just get send it to triggering the moment we hold it. Yes. So yeah, it could be working. Oh, oops, not that. Yeah, toss started at 3, which is when that should be appearing. Maybe I'm fucking up with the percent or something. I think I am fucking up with the percent. I think the issue is just the visualization. This is not the right range to use. Well, no, 0.3 to 2.3. We're pulling in the elapsed seconds. I swear we were using just a duplicate of that. Not depot. Depot here. 0.3, 2.301. Oh, but I was doing it in the component, wasn't I? But we were sending that directly into... Yeah. Yeah. Let me check the component. Wasn't it here? Crazy? I could have sworn we had two. I don't know if they were both unclamped ranges. I think one of them was clamped. Yeah, it's just, there's like this weird delay. Toss started, okay. With neighbors. Oops. You don't think there's a delay when it gets sent and updated, do you? Because even the overcharge starts way too soon. Not that kind of banging that they're doing. after 1. Greater than 1. Huh? That is after 2.3 seconds. Which means we're sending in 1, toss charge updated. It feels like it's delayed. I can change its update policy. That was an option. It's set to auto right now. If I change that to tick, what happened? Oh, it doesn't do anything. I'm like second guessing myself if that's even... I know the reason. I know the reason, and the reason is I'm retarded. The reason is I have my brain is the size of my dick, and unfortunately I'm fucked on both regards. I named the function poorly yesterday, and I think I mentioned at least 3 times I shouldn't call it elapsed seconds because we're auto-calculating the alpha for the lerp. And I didn't change it. But this time we actually are we do want to send in the elapsed seconds, not the alpha. I know the problem. Let's not talk about it. What a day. I mean, in which case I can move these over to use the elapsed seconds as well. This would be after 2.3, and then this would be after 4.3. Like you with the material, it is. It's a never-ending story with games. It's kind of why I love it, but also it's. If you're not being frustrated when making a game, are you really making a game? And look, the numbers are perfect. Toss started, overcharge start. The only thing that doesn't get sent is the overcharge end, and I still don't know why that doesn't get sent. Let's see why. I think it's just because there is a slight... Oh no, I messed up reconnecting these somehow. Stupid fucking execution spaghetti. Toss started, overcharge start, overcharge end, toss failure. Fuck, I didn't read what that said. Let me do it again. Toss started, overcharge start, overcharge end. If we drop it, it should say toss failure, overcharged, toss end. Oh, just charge reset. That's right, because we didn't end the toss. We just toss failure. If I drop it, charge reset, toss not initiated, item dropped. Otherwise, toss success, charge reset. No toss end though. Toss success. Toss ended. Oh, because we didn't ever do a print string for toss ended. Fine tuning enabled is also another failure point. Failure, fine tuning. Overcharged is getting... Oh, because I connected this to the wrong thing. That should be here. Okay. That looks correct. All the prints look correct. That's good. What we need to do is initiate the animations. We already have functions for this. We just need to call them, or events. Play overcharged animation, stop overcharged animation. But I can't... Melanophono. It's only you. Only you. This is the Crest Knight from the first Octopath Traveler. I should just set that to auto run when I start up my computer or something. Good game. Too fucking expensive. I think isn't there, it's Black Friday right now. I don't know if they're on sale. Yeah, they're 60% off right now, both 1 and 2. Both very good. Both very good. They are completely separate stories too, so you don't need to play. I mean, they're both worth playing, but if, I don't know, if you don't have a lot of money, Octopath Traveler 2 is better than the first one, but they're both really good. The music is insanely amazing. Because Yasunori Nishiki is like, hey, we need a song when you're fighting enemies, even like the most average Rattata in the grass. And Yasunori Nishiki's like, oh, so you need me to create the most epic fucking song in existence? Got it. And then just does that throughout the entire game. The guy's a madman. This is the song called Normal Battle 1. Wait, hold on. Normal Battle 1. Yeah, the fighting system too is really good. It's really dynamic. There's a lot of depth to it with the vulnerabilities. This is the second game though. He's on commission. He should be. He's worked on a couple of Gunnar Gacha games too. What game is this? This is Octopath Traveler 2. And you're like, okay, the man can make one battle soundtrack. And great, okay. But can he do it twice? Insane. Yeah, it's such a good soundtrack. He also worked recently on some like Grand Blue Fantasy song. Wait, I think he's probably on a Spotify. Let me just go to Spotify. Vermilion of the Six Dragons. And this is the song. I don't even know when this plays. But he just kind of shows up out of nowhere and makes a banger. And then, I don't know, goes back to his cave to make more. He worked on some like some vampire gooner game. I forget the name of it, like Silver and Blood or something. Silver and Blood. Google Play. What was it called? Is this it? Oh yeah, yeah. Silver. He did the I think some of the soundtrack for this too. Silver and Blood OST. I don't remember which song plays when you like do a gacha poll. There's an audio delay, so that's on my end. But he did the music for this too. Like, I don't know, it's just... I wish I had a skill, dude. Also, hello. Imagine Asmongold getting his hands on this game. It's him for all the vampire mommies. No, he's good. He makes some really good stuff. And they just released a new Octopath Traveler 2 that they released a demo for it. I'm gonna buy it when it comes out, December 4th. And he's doing the music for this too, so we get another Octopath Traveler game. I think this takes like a mobile game or something and they remade it. So it doesn't look as exceptional, or it's ported or something, but either way, it's more Yasunori Nishiki and it's more Octopath Traveler, so I will of course play it. His hands wouldn't be on that game. They'd be in his pants. But this is, I think, like a separate game. But the song you hear now is more Yasunori Nishiki, so. See his stars? What did we need to bind? We needed to bind the start and end of the animation. They need to be one-offs. Well, it should be fine because we just tell it to update only on... We would just say, well, update your... Oh, hold on. How could we do this? Can we put in a separate... No. We need to use the MVVM to trigger events. How do we do that? Didn't see the group. It's called Silver and Blood. It's on the App Store. Mobile. I didn't, the ladies weren't of my particular taste. The only reason I played it was because it had Yasunori Nishiki soundtrack that I wanted to hear, and it was amazing. The game looked good though, like it was really beautiful. The animations, and you're into it? I mean, I can have the function notify, but it's not going to call an event. And I can only bind it to existing... Maybe I'm thinking about it in the wrong way? Maybe you're not supposed to use it in this way? Maybe on tick we just check if the progress reaches over or abstracting the connection. I know, I think I'm doing it the wrong way. But I can't really bind events. I don't know if there's any events that I can bind to a progress bar. Realistically, there would be some, events that I can do for when this reaches max or something. What's a way that I can do this that would be decoupled? Like it says event-driven UI framework. Okay. I could do a dispatcher, but the dispatcher would then need to grab something in the first place. Kind of defeats the purpose. I could use... Where am I looking? I could use conditionals. Like when toss charge progress is equal to... We're gonna just say greater than or equal to 1. I can call functions, can I? I can call events. Oh ho ho. Wouldn't it be easier then, instead of checking the float, wouldn't it just be easier to handle it with a Boolean? Because then that's just gonna get fired once when it notifies. This is from Starbound. Starbound, the often forgotten about game that has a total of 6.5 hours of OST. The reason I can't, it's because I'm plugging into the process ID, and it doesn't show Starbound up here. I wish it showed like album, but as you mentioned yesterday, I just need to plug it into the API and get it working properly. Fun game though, I do like that game too. Okay, knowing that I can bind events then is huge. That's majorly huge. That is almost as big as my knowledge of quaternions, which, as we all know, is just massive. Make a website you can use and log in with both Twitch and Spotify. It'll hook it up for you. A website? Just make like a Visual Basic program or something. Whatever happened to good old Visual Basic 6 programs that looked like complete ass? Just these. It worked though. I do kind of, I don't know. I like old, simple programming languages like this. Something about them was pretty chill. You used to use VB6. I don't know, just something about Visual Basic, bro. It was so fun just to like make your own little programs. I liked it a lot. A lot of nostalgia for making stupid little things like this. Click me. You clicked. I love it. Yeah, I think it's still a pretty fun way to teach people programming. I don't know. It worked. It was simple. Okay, but here's the thing. So I have when this Boolean equals, but it's just a float. Can I just do equal 0 equal 1? Or should I don't know. Look up a function and just change an integer or something. Or am I once again using this in a way that I probably shouldn't use this? I can only set this to auto though, but maybe these are just one-time notifies. We have the do once on it though, so it should be okay. Chad, I like this. Dude, how you doing? I'm using the new, I just discovered this today. There's an MVVM plugin for Unreal Engine, and I'm using it to figure out how to decouple all of my logic and variable updates from the widgets themselves. It's really cool, but it you know, is something new for me to learn, so it's taking me a bit longer to figure it out. But I can use just this, no direct call to widgets. And hopefully it'll get an animation playing. Is this your first game? This is not my first game. If we're talking only commercially released titles, well, this is not even a game, but I've made 4. I've worked on a total of 8 games? Serious games? 4 of those commercially released? Which is not bad. I don't know if the Boolean will update normally. Oh yeah, look at that. AAA games? I don't work in AAA. I wanted to when I was new in my career, but now I stick with indie and AA studios. AAA, there's too many people. Hard to make a real, like, individual contribution to a game. You know, I bet it's because toss ended. Oh no, it's because we're restoring it to its predefined. Yeah, but its predefined state is not visible. Why doesn't that disappear? I thought it was hiding before I hooked that up, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe I was just still busy working on it. Let me plug this in then. I could have sworn we called toss ended when we overcharged. Hold on, let me see what gets printed here. Both overcharge and overcharged. But technically the toss should end if we've overcharged as well. But we can't cancel the input. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can put it up here, we can put it down here. I mean, we probably don't even need this up here, because we don't run anything specific for the overcharge. And that looks correct. Only thing that is a little bit okay, well, couple of things. I saw that it was calling toss success on cancel. But I think completed toss cancel true. And where were these issues happening? Yeah, here, because the actor is now invalid. I can do a validity check. Yeah, I don't work on AAA games. I've considered nowadays going to work at like CD Projekt Red or something, but I don't know. It would be a really good experience. It would be cool to say that I worked on Witcher 4 or whatever new Cyberpunk. I don't know what they're working on. I think they have 3 projects. I don't know. It'd be like 1 out of a million though at that point. Or 1 from the pool of a million. $800 employees. That's crazy, man. The good team size to me is like 15 to 30 people. Anything more than 30, it just becomes a little bit too hierarchical. That's a hard word to say. It just resets. Why does that not get rid of the widget? We're calling toss ended. Aren't we? Or is it considering it canceled? Toss failed, toss ended. I know why. It's because we're destroying this object, which wouldn't happen, as I think Drownmux pointed out earlier, if we moved this component to the player and didn't have it on individual items. Future refactor right there. I can call toss ended on on destroy. This is dangerous. Actually, with the way that it's written right now, wouldn't this mean that as if any grab drop item gets destroyed, it could detach whatever we're currently holding and force end the fine tuning as a whole? And remove our mapping context? That's dangerous. That wouldn't be the case if we had that on the player. What is happening here, actually? The player is not valid. Force end fine tuning? Why? Out of curiosity? Like to fix some bug or something? Fixes the problem for now. I don't know how I feel about that solution though. Jesus Christ, so many dispatchers. But they are useful, to be fair. They are very useful dispatchers. And now that we have them, and if they work consistently, we can use them for any number of things. One thing I noticed that wasn't working very well was the impulse for tossing. This didn't seem like it was correctly doing what we needed it to do. Also, I think this is old. We don't need this anymore. This comes from the BPI. And we don't need the function here. We don't need this. Physics spring arm. Detach with elapsed seconds. Are we plugging in the right elapsed seconds into that? That would be from... No, we're not. Here. Although this needed to be tuned down pretty heavily, because yesterday it was really powerful. Okay. Looked up. We were multiplying the end clamp between 0.5 and 3. Let's just try 2. Two is still pretty wild. This is more like a balancing thing than anything I want to spend too much time worrying about. Especially right now. That'll be fine. 1.5 is cool. Well, that should be moved over. We should be done with that. Barring any eventual bugs we find related to it. Oh. I noticed the animation didn't get notified there. Yeah. Okay, so if you previously overcharge but then fire during the overcharge, and you pick up again, Boolean does not get reset. Boolean needs to be reset on... Why are we not updating the Boolean? On toss overcharge end. Toss overcharge end is not being fired. We could either just duplicate it and move it up to toss failure or toss successful, or honestly just move it here regardless. Whether or not it's successful or a failure, we should be playing this. I think under all circumstances we play either success or failure. I hope. Not there. If it gets pulled from us. But it is still resetting. Or I just don't print it, which is probably actually the case. I'm relying on these prints. It would be invalid at toss failed. Okay, it is getting called, not tolled. Jesus Christ. We're just not printing the string. Which is fine. We don't need to print the string. I now feel quite comfortable that it is working. I will leave the strings there. Just unhook them. I don't know why this is here. We don't do anything with it, but whatever. I think it was because here we were just using this to beam up to here. But now that we have this and we know that this only gets fired once anyway, this is basically just a duplication of this. We could probably, I don't know, collapse some of this down or I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's just taking up a lot of space, but it's actually pretty lean. I just don't think this should be, I don't think this detach should be here. I think that should be all directly within the blueprint component, if I'm honest. Oh my god. Oh, what a day. I'm actually really glad that we found this MVVM thing. I'm starting to get a hang of it and figure out how it works. And it is still only in beta, but the use cases for it are... There's so many times where that would have made my life easier. And would have trimmed up how we communicate with blueprints. It's so nice. I mean, even just the sheer ability to share that information because it's all being stored in one overarching class. And we can have as many of those classes as we want, or even just different instances of that too. It's a really good tool. And we fully decoupled our charge system from all of our blueprints. It's completely separated. And we could do that to so many different aspects of the project going forward. It's really good. Oops, picked it up on accident. No, it's great. I like it a lot. So I can play a game for like the last hour and a half. I have nothing else to jump into today. And Cuthbert said today he's going to be able to take a look at all of our components. So I'm going to tell him about this MVVM thing. I don't know if he's ever worked with it before. And to take a look at how we set this up here. I think this is still a pretty crude setup for the dispatchers, but it's just there's a lot of like fine details to whether or not we allow the player to toss and this overcharge thing. But doing some easy float checks and branches on that is just child's play from a processor point of view, so. I can definitely just probably delete this reset toss cancel though. I think that was all occurrences of it. Only thing that was nice about it was the toss canceled Boolean. I could move that to... Could we just move that here? Seems to be fine. I'd still like a cancel to this, but implementing a cancel should be really simple because we know whether or not this has been initiated, and we can easily just add in another, hey, press right click while it's charging up the toss, and when we just trigger toss cancel, then it should exit right out of there, and yeah, should be good. I think we'll worry about that at a different point. But discovering the MVVM was wonderful. And this is like super lean and easy way to update information. We can then go into the MVVM and we can separate everything into categories here. We can make multiple MVVMs for even different widgets if we want, or individual widgets. So much like you'll create like a blueprint component and then a BPI, we can create a widget and an MVVM for it. I don't know. I don't know what the best way to do this is. This is going to be pretty new for me. But all I can say is I really, really, really like this plugin. And I think if you're working with Unreal, you should enable this plugin. It's so good. I'm happy. Enabled MVVM and refactored toss. entirely to work with it via dispatchers. That's pretty much all we did today. Only thing that I think could be deleted is this. We do not need the global one. Now we're good. And let's merge that to main. Added in item toss charge. That is another feature added, thanks to one person in chat who said it would be cool if you could charge up your toss. That's a lot of work for one little thing. And it was only 2 days. What am I really complaining about? And we learned of the MVVM because of it. And honestly, I think that is the most valuable part of this small 2-day venture with this feature. I'm just thinking back to like Colden Chronicles and how many use cases it would have had with that. Because we were doing everything manually with that game, and there were so many potential areas for bugs that we had to clean up. It's like operating on a string. Still working though. Still a functional game. Well, it was cool. I'll end the recording there and we can, I don't know, just play a little bit of something.